Oh, there we go. And live. Hello everyone watching the stream. My name is Amy. I am a fan game developer currently working on Freedom Planet Academy / King Architect. Academy being the story mode for the fan game, and Architect being the editor component. And today we're going to be working on some new things for the game. Right now I do need to wrap up Cutscene 12. That, like people suggested, Mila should have her legs fluttering when she crashes into the sand in a cutscene. Like, yeah, that's a cute idea. Let's go ahead and implement that today. And so just checking some things. And with that in mind, we'll get that cutscene wrapped up and work on a variety of things. I do have some things on the to-do list. Got to make some new gimmicks, inside corner pieces for the sand, the beach tile set. We're going to do a bit of a variety of things, and if there's even time, we'll even do the sliding ladders gimmick. Kind of like the ladders in Freedom Planet 2 that shift side to side. The gimmick that we have, whoops. Like the, I keep forgetting what they're called, the moving hang bars that we have from Taishan Peaks, that like the code behind that would allow us to also make these sliding ladders work. Learn my words today. And in that case, let's go ahead and wrap up this little thing. Let's see, maybe I should load up GIMP as well, because we need to make some new inside corner pieces among other things. So, just open up Spadesheet, because, why not? And then I'll need to go to our assets. It would have been nice to already have this going on pre-stream. So, yeah, I think I would like to get some music going, wouldn't y'all like that? We'll just play that until everyone has a consensus on what we could listen to. Oh, and that's fair, Alice Dance. I appreciate you being here. Just make that quiet. There we go. Just checking our things. Where did I put the beach tile set? I'm both organized and not all at the same time. Well, here we go. Oh yeah, I forgot about those albums as well. It's been a while since I've played one of those. Ooh. Oh yeah, anything Bert does is just amazing as well. And by the time I got to this tile set in the game's development, I finally made some kind of template. But I didn't realize, we should also be including some inside corner pieces for certain things as well on the flat side. Reclusive winning, that's an interesting term. I've heard that one before. Okay. So yeah, the PNG render is out of date. I need to fix that. Here we go. Oh. So, no, that's right. We do need to implement Sky versus German translation after the stream as well. Like it finally got finished. It just took a while because, you know, there was just so much to do. Like, this fan game, because of its editor component, will probably have like 5 times as much text as a normal video game. So, yeah. What overt do I have on here? Well, I've got some things by him here. YouTube channel. Oh. Yeah, it sounds like I would have an impressive backlog, at least, yes. That's a good thing. Okay, so first of all, I need to make inside corner pieces for this, so I need a copy of this. Interesting, the GIMP canvas is lagging a little bit. I wonder what could be the cause here. Moments. Well, GPUs aren't being taxed by anything. Maybe. Yeah, this canvas being up will not help. Making sure all those are down. I'm one of those sickos who just has to have a good frame rate. I apologize, y'all. So yeah, how am I going to do the inside corner pieces? I think the way I would check one is like, yeah, this would be the way to go. Create like a cross pattern. With the big tile pieces at least. Then we need to make a smaller version of this too. Because I learned from the previous tile set that, yeah, just having 128 by 28 blocks is, does save you a lot of tile space, but also, like, you really need to have more than just the big pieces, or you're going to feel very limited in terms of the layouts you can make. So, yeah, I'm trying not to make that mistake with this tile set. Like, this tile set's already more robust than the mountain one was. But I do need to go back and remodel the mountain tile set at some point and probably just redo that whole level. Like, for now, yeah, we have a passable level that I think the average player is going to like, but I just, you know, you always want your, you always want to be creatively satisfied with something you create, I think. It's just, some things won't leave you alone if you don't do it right. In your own head, at least. So, no, we're not on repeat. Good. That should be a perfect 32. Yes. That's what we're going to want over here as well. On this side. Oh, so that channel is like a mix of chiptune artists. That's interesting. Assume maybe it was one person with an impressive backlog, not like, representative of the chiptune scene at the time. So we need to have these here too. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me because, like, in a lot of those old competitions, composing and modding and all, sometimes are not as well preserved as I would like, or any of us would like, rather. So that's the nuanced side of it. Like, yeah, if it's preserving content that would or music or art that would otherwise be lost to us, it's a very nice thing to have. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh yeah, that's right, 10 deck. I forgot that place disappeared. Such a terrible loss for the art community, I think. Much like DeviantArt right now, just an impressive loss even. Oh, that... I would have felt that sting myself. Like, I'm very lucky there's even an archive anywhere that has my very first finished band game in it. I felt extremely lucky that existed. It reminds me, I need to get the source code for that fan game off my laptop at some point, or my desktop. I don't think I ever backed those up beyond like one rewritable mini DVD that's like around here somewhere. I really don't want to lose that, because one day I would like to go back and do like a director's cut of that fan game where I like it's kind of fixed all the obvious problems with it so that whatever in it that's good at least could be enjoyed. But you can't do that if you lose everything. That is, as they would say, no good. Okay, so... yeah, I just wanted to make some smaller pieces, because I also learned from the previous tile set, yeah, you've got to have plenty of 32 by 32 pieces, not just these long 128 pieces. Otherwise, again, you'll be very limited in terms of what you can create, and that's no fun. Now, because this one's tileable, I should just be able to flip it. Yeah. In fact, yeah, let's go ahead and make like a smaller 64 by 64 slice for these to orbit. I need to make this one tileable, which shouldn't be too bad. What I want to do is look at that. That way we've got our big variants here that will save like space in map files and be less bloat things to place. I'm pretty sure each of these are unique, so I'll come back to it. keep that in mind. Yeah, I still feel bad about deleting my DeviantArt account in comparison, because now that had a lot of stuff in it. Probably had like 200 something deviations, and the account was like 14 years old. Is one of the oldest chunks of history of my life on the internet. But then they went all in on AI and flooded the place. And it made it difficult to like fish through your history, because like I just couldn't deal with that. Also, I should get rid of this line. That's not going to tile very nicely. That will be an eyesore to anyone using a tile set. Yeah, I'm currently liking Kara a lot better. They have a very obvious anti-AI policy, wanting the whole thing to be regulated properly before allowing it on the website. Everything being clearly tagged, and there's glaze integrated directly into it. It's currently down because of like all the abuse it's accruing. Like, I would say like Kara is a lot less trouble than DeviantArt. Like, it was clearly a website put together by people who had used art sites before. Like, I had an easy time just uploading all of the. It took me just an hour to put all of my stuff in there. Here's my profile. That's everything on my Kara right now. That just took an hour. And you can even reorder grouped images and everything. So yeah, you can just like have like multiple variants and everything loaded in. You could even just like have one post that has like a bunch of pixel art in it, or one type of fan art. So yeah, I had an easy time with it. Wow, your account would have been older than mine then. That would be impressive, frankly. Oh, interesting. This already almost tiles correctly. Just gotta make these two ends match up. And copy the difference to one end. It's pretty funny. Just very carefully blend them into each other. Oh, hey Argo. Good to see you today. Oh, well, just me getting started on some new pieces for the Beach Child set, and choosing Shantae as the music for today. Of course, I'm always open to suggestions. Keeps the stream more exciting, I think. And this is like how I make stuff anyway. Like, I just listen to a lot of music. Yeah, I still wouldn't be proud of sharing something that just like could have been vaguely interpreted as being egotistical or something. That could make sense. I feel like I didn't have a whole lot on DeviantArt worth sharing either. It was just like a lot of very old hobbyist art from like 14 years ago. Some of it was like, yeah, the idea was cute, but the execution was really clunky. So I wasn't super eager to share that account anyway. What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I like that phrase. If Brevin was like one for flowery language, that would just fit him like a glove. But he was more direct in his language. Just Dagoff there. Is this another My Little Pony villain? Or somebody from the Elder Scrolls universe. Oh. I had a feeling. I wasn't really sure like how flowery he was. Like we only get one video game to go on, so we don't have like a large sample size of his personality. But what we are shown is like, it feels like he has like necessary verbosity. Like if it just can't be said any other way, that's how it's going to come out of his mouth. But maybe he does like some little dramatic vocabulary here and there, and they just if only because he likes to have a little fun with his victims, Oh my lord. Okay, this side should have a difference. Then now separate these two and see how well it tiles. That blends right in. Oh, well, I didn't know his language was that elaborate for the for the Kickstarter. Yeah, that's definitely very flowery. I could give him more credit than that. Then it's funny. It's hard to believe that was a decade ago now. Yeah, like over a decade ago. Because the Kickstarter was probably a year or so before the commercial release of the game on Steam. My God, it just all those events just kind of blurred together, didn't they? At least it feels like it to me. It's just been so long. Freedom Planet's gonna be old enough to ride a bicycle pretty soon. Oh yeah, they deserve to be archived, yes. This is the good stuff. That's a shame we haven't heard any more performances from Brevin's voice actor. He was really good at it. Ring, ring, ring. Oh Lord. Oh yeah, that's right. That was a thing as well. It's very much in character for him, at least, I would say. To not give you so much credit. Like that. Maybe he has a thing against the self-important types. Which would certainly be a category certain heroes fall into. So, yeah. So we have this change here. Copy the difference for that axis. Oh, you're giving me ideas, Alistair. It's very bad ideas. I mean, the way I see it with like any interpersonal conflict that ever existed, you know, like there's always some wrongdoing on both parties' ends. So there's probably some things the Chasers do deserve. Jupiter has a very big butt crack, I would say. And it's been there for 300 years or more. And no sign of Jupiter finding any pants. Still. Yeah, I think I've heard the red spot shrinking, but I'm not really sure of like if it's going to shrink on a time scale that is meaningless to us or not. Like, you know, if it's going to last like another 2,000 years, like, well, that's sad, but it's not our problem at least. So yeah, okay, now we have smaller tileable versions of these. That will be good. Now we need inside corner pieces for the sand. Very important. Just really thinking about the self-important Chasers right now. That would just be so much fun to play with. Like, if I had the opportunity to do anything with Torque, I would totally have at least one character who you would not cry over when Brevin kills them. That would be so much fun. Who doesn't like, well, I mean, we humans are weirdly obsessed with corporal punishment for some reason, so I wouldn't find it satisfying creatively to do it for that reason, but I just think it would be funny. Because, I don't know, I like seeing asshole types, you know, get the boots up the butt, you know. Just... XKCD, I love that comic strip. The guy accuses another guy of not liking silence, but rather enjoying staring at silence, signs his ass as it walks by. Now, I love that sentence so much, because it does kind of apply to me too. Like, you know, honestly, like, game development for me, it was the Plan B dream for me. Like, Kidney would have really liked to have done something on NASA's behalf, you know, like worked at NASA, maybe, you know, help put the robots together, to work on these very complex, beautiful machines. Just, I don't know, anything. I would have liked to have done anything for NASA, but my life robbed me of every opportunity to pursue that, you know, at all. So, yeah, just didn't have the privilege or opportunity to go do it. So, Yeah, it's a good thing I also love video games just as much as space, because, well, this is the bee dream that I'm living right now. So yeah, I wish I could say I wasn't the type to only stare longingly at science's ass, but that's the position I'm in life. But boy, I'd be staring at everything SpaceX does, and NASA just as much, and Boeing Starliner looked pretty cool, you know. Yep, that's how it ended up. Kid me wanted to colonize Mars. Adult me's creating a story about a colony on Venus. Well, a Venus analog, rather, but effectively Venus nonetheless. It would be nice if we could colonize Venus too, but I just don't know what kind of economy you could have in an airship city if you can't go down to the ground and mine anything. You know, you just don't have anything to work with if you can't get stuff from the ground. Yeah, you could import stuff from Earth and slowly build up crops and other things, but you're not getting any rocks off the surface of Venus. Okay, and I even have some worries about a Mars colonization, because it's been demonstrated that Mars does not have the mineral diversity that Earth does. It's not only smaller than Earth and cooled down faster than Earth, and thus couldn't maintain its magnetosphere. Its mineral diversity is much lower. So there's a good chance, that even if we can finally get some people on Mars, what are they going to be able to dig up there? I would really hope that there is enough rare metals and things like that they can get in situ. Now, I would hope that there's enough resources on Mars that would allow them to self-sustain a colony. Because yeah, space mining. People talk about space mining all the time, but it's we humans do not have the logistical or technical prowess yet to do such a thing either. Those early colonies on Mars would have to sustain themselves somehow, and if they can't even produce decent steel off the ground without having to import tons of it from Earth, well, I don't know what kind of viability that has. Ooh. I hadn't thought about that, detoxing the atmosphere, potentially, to, I don't know if that would, secondarily, fix the heat issue that Venus has. But, NASA has been, directly innovating with, gallium chips instead of silicon rather, and slowly but surely that they're getting computer chips together that could survive the truly hellish temperatures on Venus one day. That's a fascinating thought. We could probably have at least 1990s quality technology doing some science on Venus and lasting longer than 5 minutes. And technology like that might even be what would make a Venus colony even somewhat viable, because you could have some robots on the ground, very capable robots rather, that could bring minerals and rare Earth metals or rare Venus metals, other things like that from the surface, and bring it up to the airship colonies. I just don't see any other way that a Venus colony could be self-sustaining. You need more than just 1 million people and farms and crops. You gotta have resources. The Earth just happens to gift us with quite a beautiful diversity of things, and the Moon has a lot to offer too, hopefully. I just don't know about Venus. We're gonna need some really tough gear to get anything done there. Maybe by the 2200s, all of this will seem rather trivial and easy, but we'll see. Or our descendants will see. But it would be nice to see something done to Venus. At least I think so, because like I do find the planet very fascinating, you know, that it just took such a dramatically different path from us compared to Earth. It's, I wish I had a distinct memory of the things I've read about Venus, but that would be such a long tangent in itself. Maybe y'all wouldn't mind such a tangent, because, you know, we're working on a video game about, like, a science fiction setting, more or less. Like, yeah, Avalos is, you know, a furry little planet with lots of little furry people, but, you know, it's still got outer space and stuff, so... I feel like a lot of people... I've noticed a lot of Freedom Planet fans also just happen to fall into the Venn diagram of also liking space. Aw. Glad you think so. Yeah, I could... Honestly, Mars would be a good shipping hub. If, you know, space mining were to become a thing, yes. Because even if the planet was, like, extremely nutrient and mineral poor, you know, if space mining did somehow become viable at a later point, then yeah, like, it'd still be a good place to send stuff to get processed, then rocket it off the ground with less fuel than you would need on Earth, because, you know, Mars is smaller, so its gravity wells are a lot smaller, and you don't need as much delta V to get off Mars. The only catch is, like, the most viable time to make, like, a trajectory from Mars to Earth is, like, kind of inconvenient. Like, every 2 years a very ideal window opens. Like, orbits, you know, Mars and Earth, like, they don't, like, orbit each other alongside each other from a distance around the sun. Like, sometimes they could be almost on the opposite sides of the sun of each other, so, you know, getting stuff to Earth would probably be a little inconvenient. The moon would very likely be a great shipping hub, because, like, it has even smaller gravity well and no atmosphere to work against, and so it would just be great for space mining operations. In fact, you know, there's a lot of good things about the moon. I'm still worried they're not going to find as much water on the moon as they hope they will, but even if they don't, like, there is so much value in having a lunar colony, I think, and it would also be the best opportunity for us to learn how to function in a non-Earth setting, really. Like, that's NASA's plan anyway. They don't want to go to Mars right away. They're like, oh, this is dangerous, expensive, and scary, and we don't know the better half of the problems that need to be solved before we can safely send humans potentially to their doom. Like, that's there's just an ungodly novel's worth of things to take into consideration. So, yeah, the moon would be the perfect place to learn how to live in space, for a lot of reasons. You know, even if it doesn't end up being the super productive industrial complex that everyone's hoping it could be one day. Oh, that is a good point, Alice Pants, though, that, you know, Mars is very close to the asteroid belt. Like, the asteroid belt doesn't have as many objects as people think it does. Like, it's why spacecraft don't have to worry about hitting anything when they go through the asteroid belt, because, like, it's very dispersed, and everything's like hundreds to thousands of miles apart. So yeah, not too many worries there. But what objects are in there? Like just imagine like an unimpressive looking asteroid just having like thousands of tons of lithium or something, or platinum rather. And this stuff would be really easy to get into if we just had the technology to do it. Like there's so much potential in that regard. Oh boy, these inside tiles might be a little tricky because I have to take some complex walls into account with that. Well, I could just follow the template of that. Let's just grab a pattern from the inside of this tile and adapt it to this one. Yeah, that's that. Having like a dark outline here is definitely going to help us there. Yeah, that's another thing I read. If space mining could become a thing, a lot of materials, in the economy would suddenly become worth like a fraction of a penny, and that scares some economists over here thinking, yeah, go ahead and be scared. Like, we really don't need all these rare precious metals that we depend on to be so rare. Our civilization, probably won't function for hundreds more years if we can't get more rare metals from outside our planet. It definitely affects your stocks in the present, but in the distant future that you don't care about, we need to survive. So that's something I've read about, but I think it would be a good thing. There are certain metals on Earth that are already worth fractions of a penny per given amount. It would be nice to see more things become less expensive, and the value of breaking them down would still make them worth it, of course. Again, I wonder when we'll even see space mining. That's I think, given the amount of science fiction a lot of us consume, we take for granted the sheer complexity of some of these operations. I know some casual fans of Star Trek could be like, look, we got the tablet computers from Star Trek 500 years early, but we can't defeat the speed of light yet. What's going on here? And it's sufficiently advanced technology is functionally magic, but defeating the speed of light and causality. I'm trying to remember what else was the term I'm thinking of. Consequences of going that fast. A lot of science fiction just kind of has to lampshade around the reality that breaking light speed, even if you can do it, would come with a lot of problems with time itself. It would just be a huge headache. So it's just easier to write fiction without even having to think about that stuff. Oh, it's interesting, Alice Dance. I didn't know at one point that aluminum was worth so much money. Don't you just love when technology figures out how to make that stuff more accessible? Now we don't even think about aluminum. We use it to wrap up our food and throw it away later without even thinking about it. I didn't know at one point that it was worth more than gold. That's insane. Too bad we can't do that with lithium.
too bad. Like, we can make it from scratch, but it's like very harsh on our environment and very expensive. It's not even worth doing. Yeah, same with lithium as well. But it's interesting that aluminum's the easier one to get, I think. Um, that's definitely for the best. Like, aluminum's still a very important metal in our current society. Like, they use it to make everything from airplane parts to food wrappings, you know? Just it's so good at all of these things. It covers so many niches. Ooh, this is one of my favorite songs in the soundtrack. It's on fire. Zombie Island. Oh, yeah, let's have a good dip like that. You know, Alice Dance, I enjoy talking about metals with you. It's always a fun conversation starter. That's interesting. That it could be that could be so easily extracted like that. Sounds a lot easier than getting the business back out of Pepto-Bismol like that one YouTube channel did. And that is a very fascinating watch if I'll ever want to just go down that rabbit hole one day. Oh yeah, that's right, we wiped this from the tile set. Smaller versions of it. You never want your tiles to be too repetitive. Like, you know, that is just a display model, so to say. Just we're not using this for anything in particular. Just helping me orient myself with the context of the tiles as I'm making them. Like, what do they have to work around, you know? Ooh. That's, aluminum jewelry. That does sound interesting, honestly. I like that idea. Granted, I like all kinds of non-diamond jewelry in general, really. It's just endlessly fascinating to me how pretty, like, a lot of rocks are, and they're worth significantly less than diamonds, so, which is artificially priced to start with, so like I would totally have some weird rock on a ring. I forget diamond. Oh, we have a spam bot. Van. Oh, thank you, Alice Dance. You were faster than me. Just spur of the moment. But yeah, I just I would like some non-standard jewelry if I ever get any. That's interesting, but you know, gold itself is kind of brittle too. Like, you know, that's why people would test the authenticity of gold by biting onto them, and if they could leave a tooth mark on the gold, then yeah, it was the real thing. I can remember even like one of the Indiana Jones books, like the ones that weren't turned into movies. There was this one gatekeeper guard who had like very like very cursed teeth because like he had bitten down on so many gold coins over the years, as well as some bakes, so didn't have much teeth left. Oh, that kind of brittle. Oh. Yeah, that is a difference that matters, yeah. Oh, dear lord. Yeah, I would want to be very careful with that if... Oh, Lithram's a funny metal like that, I think. Oh, wow. I thought copper oxidizing was bad enough. That's fascinating, though. I didn't know in the first place that you could get aluminum in so many different shapes and sizes and different types like that. I think that's neat. I don't know if there's any practical use for that kind of aluminum, but just it gives me food for thought later in terms of like metals. I'm not like a huge metal nerd. Take that pun as you will, but I do like learning about it. Casually as I can. It's just it's always a fun rabbit hole to go down when I'm so inclined. I've always thought about read about glass metal hybrid materials like in Star Wars, and how close some people are coming to creating exactly that. The Minecraft mod pack. I remember playing that with you like years and years ago. Like it was kind of nice to have copper in Minecraft that you could use for metal tools and things like that. Copper in current Minecraft is just like a decorative item. It's really sad. It's like, you'd have to bake all this material and I can't make any cheap low durability tools out of it. Come on, at least let me do that. Let me have fun. So yeah, that is like the one way that mods spoiled me for the brief time that I played with them. I mean, yeah, it would be kind of redundant to have copper used for tools, but sometimes it's easier to find copper in Minecraft than iron, so it would just be very convenient. Smithing table interactions are certainly nice. Like modern Minecraft does have that going for it, at least. Like there's stone cutting benches and all kinds of other things to play with now. Like there's even a smoker for cooking, so you can like cook food faster. And like a loom table for making banners. Like they've really expanded on all that. All that's still in Java too. In fact, Java has more stuff in it than Bedrock does. You would think Bedrock would be the most up-to-date, and it does have a more up-to-date soundtrack, but it's still missing stuff that Java has. Which is funny. Okay, so yeah, we have our inside pieces as well as some new pieces for the tile set. Okay, what else was on that list? Oh, those kinds of interactions. That's what you meant. That would honestly be really cool. I would 100% do that if the game let me. Wow, that would be really cool. I suppose they figure, with enchantment tables, like you already do a lot to expand the functionality and durability of a given tool. But that would be pretty nice too. And yeah, y'all, I do play Minecraft as well. Not very much these days, not like my college days, but I do still play it sometimes with friends. It's fun. Like when I was sick with COVID earlier this month, like I spent an ungodly amount of time in Minecraft. Oh lord. Yeah, that sounds pretty balanced to me, Alistair. It's like slightly less durable than iron, but more enchantable. That would be pretty cool. And if you can enchant stuff, you can negate the durability problem anyway as well, which is fun sometimes. When I recently played Minecraft with Leaf, he fished up some golden boots that had durability 2 or something on it. It was well then, that was pretty funny. Oh yeah, that's right. We need to also work on another gimmick. So I'm gonna change this song. Yeah, there we go. That's what my ear's learning for. I also want to make an umbrella gimmick. See, one thing I really loved about Penny's Big Breakaway was the gimmicks in the game. You could hit there'd be these umbrellas in the restaurant that would just be retracted, and when you hit them with a yo-yo, the umbrella instantly pops out. And it even works when you're just doing a backflip with the yo-yo, so you just have immediate floating platforms just by backflipping through the air while platforming normally. And it's really slick, and I was like, you know what, I think given the fact that Freedom Planet has attacks just at the core of its gameplay, it'd be fun to have umbrellas that just pop open when you hit them, and then they become platforms. And that's one of the things I loved about Freedom Planet 1 so much, is that there was so much interplay between, the foreground scenery and the game itself. You could bounce off the umbrellas in Fortune Life. They weren't just scenery items. Like this one, unfortunately, is. Cool things like that. It really adds to the experience, I think. Makes the world feel more alive when just little things like that are interactable, even just a little bit. I love things like that. So yeah, we also need to make this umbrella do stuff. I'm gonna make this a brighter umbrella because ideally with scenery, you want it to be less saturated than the foreground stuff, so that the player has an easy time telling what is part of the playing field and what is just scenery. That can be very hard to tell in some pixel art games because the scenery gets pretty dense. So I desaturated this. So telling if it was scenery would be so difficult. But here we're going to need it to be bright and colorful and pop out. And probably design it a little differently too, so that people don't get these two umbrellas mixed up. So it's just wait, so I can interact with this one that's more saturated, but I can't interact with this one that's less saturated. That would be pretty weird. So, that's right, I just realized one of my lamps is not turned on. 1 second. I knew something felt weird. I just couldn't think of it until now. Something is off about this room. Oh yeah, just less lighting. It's very important. Let's see how that affected Elle's ability to see me. Okay, that's good. That's what I want to see. Let there be lamp. Alright, so let's go ahead and like recolor this and also like redesign the pattern on it so that we can make it visually distinct both for people with full color vision as well as color deficiencies. I don't like saying colorblind. It doesn't sound like an accurate descriptor of what they have. Obviously, people with color deficiencies aren't blind. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. But maybe some people don't like the word deficient either, like implying like, you know, your vision is second class in some way. I don't know. We humans have very funny sentiments about the words we like to say, so that's one of mine. I just tend to say color deficiencies, and if any of y'all take issue with it, you know, just bring it to my attention. I am constantly trying to fill out the vibe. Like, nobody ever wrote the book on successfully navigating the social world. And if they have, it's probably a scam book. Just, the rules of engagement are always changing, etc., etc. Now, so bring these colors up to saturation again. Ooh, now that was really poppy. Ooh. Well, that's one way to describe it at the stance. Oh no. That's like almost. Yeah, we're not looking to make a new palette with the hue chroma filter. I'm just kind of like bring the overall color spectrum up. Then I'd like to change this this pole here too. That also needs to be different. Then bring some coffee. Oh, colored vision deficiency. I do appreciate that, because yeah, you know, I can't know all of this terminology. Like, you can read stuff all day and still get things wrong, so it's good to have other people fill in the gaps in your understanding of all the different elements that we have. Yeah, I guess that's just a personal hang-up of mine then. Like, in that case. But, you know, again, it's good to fill out the vibe, and it's not like, you know, being oh so sensitive is such a bad thing. It's just, you know, we're all collectively always learning what is the most socially appropriate thing to do. And, you know, like, all the extreme fat jokes and gags when, in the 90s when I was a kid, like, you know, that stuff isn't in modern cartoons now, because we've all learned, you know, that kind of shaming doesn't work, and it's just very derogatory and inhuman. As you know, there's better gags to do out there than going with low-hanging fruit like that. Now Stance is like, it's me, the fat joke. Well, I mean, if you make the joke about yourself, then nobody can really stop you. It's just, you know, the rest of us, that are obligated to be a little more polite. Well, I'm gonna look up some umbrella patterns and hope to God nothing happens. So, oh, beach umbrella patterns, that would be what we're looking for. Filter it down. And hopefully half of it is an AI generated slob. Ooh. I like this though, though. Y'all wouldn't. Y'all like this in the correct perspective? Mm-hmm. That's very eye-fetching to me. I don't know about y'all. Obviously, I can't do that. It's too elaborate. In pixel art form, it would just look very disturbing. It might be too plain for us. Ooh. Oh, y'all, what if I did a rainbow pattern? Floral patterns. Yeah, that would just be too complex for the resolution that we're working with. Oh, what's that owl stance? Pride flag patterns. Yeah, so we could do a rainbow pattern on this thing. That would be pretty fun. And all the developers are gay, trans, or straight allies, so it's like, yeah, they would not be above doing that either. They would 100% be okay with me having like a rainbow umbrella. In fact, why don't we also have a variant with like, I don't know, the gay or the trans flag patterns on it? Just oh, I'll love this too, like it's peppermint, but we already have this pattern. So yeah, let's go for some rainbows. So there we go. Now this is the photo viewer I use on Windows. It's got more features that I need. Windows Photo Viewer just keeps chopping off more and more features with time, so it was becoming extremely useless with Windows 11. Like, it is probably the most useless iteration of Windows Photo Viewer yet, so yeah, I have UrfanView. The app with the poorly drawn squirrel has the better software, I'm sorry. Just, sorry, Microsoft. So yeah, let's go ahead and get rid of this pattern. A memory leak? That's even less fun. Dear God. This is just sad, even. In fact, I think I could stand to correct the perspective of this umbrella a little bit while I'm here, before I can go hard on colors. Because, yeah, this has not been right either. Like, it was fine when it was a scenery piece, but now that we need to animate it, yeah, let's make this thing, like, curve down properly. That is going to be a big deal later. So, can't believe it. It got a memory leak too. That's just impressively bad, even by Microsoft standards. Here they are, like needing like 12 years just to get people to take C# seriously, and not much better of a timeline for DirectX either. DirectX also got laughed out of the room when they launched it. Like, but now it's like the standard that we don't even think about anymore. Fail fast and hard, I guess. But come on, like, the photo viewer in Windows XP was literally perfect for the most part. It just needed to like keep expanding its functionality beyond XP and Vista, but no. Just make animated GIFs no longer work, you know, etc., etc., until you have literally nothing left of value. I have no problem talking shit about Microsoft on stream, just especially after the whole BitLocker fiasco, and now they want to shove that NPU, neural processing unit, stuff down our throats with Windows 11. I think I'm immune to it because I don't have a laptop with an NPU in it, but you never know. And if Microsoft decides to turn that on for everyone, my $1,400 laptop is suddenly going to be even more useless than a brick for game development. And that will make me very mad. Like, that was not a cheap laptop. My credit score shot up 50 points after I paid it off. That was a big deal. And yeah, IT experts have activated it without an NPU. There's plenty of ways to do it. And they do want it to be standard with newer computers that have an NPU. Because by doing that, like, they're offloading it to a core that will not affect your performance in other ways, so it's just very sneakily running in the background, logging everything you do while you're not even aware of it, for the most part. Which is the insidious part of it, I think. And if Microsoft wants to do that, well, I'm going to be very openly against everything they do moving forward. Like, I was already a big fan of Linux years and years ago. I first successfully installed Ubuntu when I was like 19 years old, and I'm going to be 35 this year. And I've still got Linux on my desktop computer. I'd love to put it on this laptop too if it wasn't so new. So yeah, if Microsoft really wants me to ditch them, like, that's their problem. Growing up, I really wanted to be the I can use all three type of person, because, you know, it was the cool thing to do. The adult thing to do, even. It's like, yeah, like Windows, Mac, Linux. It's all the same, just different flavors, different headaches, different problems and advantages. It just it was the adult thing to recognize that and not be a stupid petty fanboy of anything in particular. But now it's like Apple and Microsoft both are competing to be the worst commercial outlets for our technology. They're just racing so hard for the bottom of the AI barrel, and it's depressing. Yeah, you would definitely want the technology to actually be useful to you. It's not enough to just be like, oh yeah, I spent extra money on a computer with an NPU, it's going to make my life so much easier, but well, if you don't understand the tools, not much you can do with that. And, yeah, just... yeah, that's curving out a lot better now. That's what I wanted. So what would be the compelling difference between like Microsoft's NPU that we all want to hose down with pesticide before it can lay eggs versus Google's TPU? Yeah, what is the compelling difference between those two things? Yeah, let's just get rid of this. This is like not helping. You don't need it. Already looks better. Dithering is great, but only when you do it right, I think. Oh, absolutely. Microsoft's been on the AI bandwagon even before it was cool, so yeah, of course they would specially tailor it to those needs. Oh, that's interesting. So they have more math functions. They can do more than just the AI part. That does sound like the smarter alternative to what Microsoft is doing now. I think I'd... It's like I don't treat Google like my friend either, to be frank, but I think they do have some better ideas when it comes to certain emerging technology. It makes sense that they're putting them in like GPUs, because like GPUs are like very specialized machines, because like they're not constrained to one little tiny form factor, like being one chip that you insert into a board. Like graphics cards, they can be like full-sized dedicated boards with like a dozen chips and plenty of fans. So yeah, of course they could have all those extra cores for doing those things. When you look at the specs for any NVIDIA card, it's always like, oh, we've got hundreds of CUDA cores on this thing. Yeah, just not that I know what that means. And I would not use that to inform my purchase. Anyway. Yeah, let's go ahead and get the rainbow pattern started. Let's drink some more coffee. That sounds intuitive to me, Allison. It's the CUDA core probably being their equivalent to a TPU, maybe. Yeah, what I should do is plan out this palette with like palette swatch. That way it's not a chaotic mess that I have to untangle later. Oh yeah, I could change the pattern on the middle of the umbrella too. That will give it some visually distinct difference that everyone can see. There we go. Have to make everything different. Well, syntax, like when you're presented with choice paralysis, you start to filter down your choices. That's what you do. It's like, am I in the mood to be entertained or to learn something today, or do I just want to chill with the stream? You just kind of filter down like what you're in the mood for. So if you're more in the mood for spacey or dusky or me, you just figure it out. You can figure it out. You don't have to watch all of us at once and feel existential. Gotta form your sentences in your head before you blurt them out. That way you have good composure. What's wrong with me? Also, hello, Diminator. Allows the GPU to be used in parallel with your CPU to do complex processing. Which again, also makes especially good for AI prediction models. Yeah, that sounds about right. Also probably really good for Bitcoin mining, I'm sure. The cut-a thing. Oh yeah, the EP is such a good word. I like it. It's definitely a feeling that so many of us are unfortunately too familiar with. So, here we go. I can even move the whole umbrella down to give it some kind of stem on top. There we go. Then we'll have this poking out. Oh, but guess where where's my thought and my manners? So I'm sorry you're feeling icky. I hope just hope you can wake up or unwind from a long, busy day. I've been there all too often myself. Well, it means a lot to me if you're presented with all these choices and you pick me. It's interesting. But again, like, I don't judge anybody for making a particular choice because it's like, I have an almost full-time job still, so like my scheduling for how and when I can stream is like very limited compared to other people's situations. So I just kind of have to stream when I can, which means that I will end up butting heads with various streams schedules for other people. At the same time, though, what I offer in streaming is different from what other people offer, so that was the rationale for just doing it anyway, because it's like, Spacey's not making Freedom Planet content right now, probably won't for another half decade even, so it's like, you're not competing with anybody in that context. Oh, I didn't know Yuffie was streaming too. Yuffie is just great, I love her. Especially her art, just... Oh, I'm sorry to hear that's why you've been sleepy. Busy days will definitely do it to you. It's nice to just unwind, watch a TV show, play a game, or watch a game developer struggle with bugs on their video game, just watch someone else suffer. Makes you feel better about your own. Yeah. So let's keep extending the differences between these two umbrellas. Aw, let's keep that Your avatar is from Yuffie. Like, what a small world we live in. Yeah, Yuffie's great. Yeah, and I feel your syntax. Like, sometimes you might be more invested in certain people than others, and it's not like a matter of favoritism. It's just like, if you have more one-on-one conversations with people like that, that bond does influence how much time you give people. Yeah, you just you hold your friends close. That's what you do. Depending on the type of person you are, you hold your enemies closer. Or so they say. And yes, in fact, this is one of the best tracks in the entire soundtrack. You just crank that up. I love the Village of the Lost Souls. This is like this is a peak song from the soundtrack. Especially this latter half. God, Bert was on fire when he composed this part. Just, oh my god. You almost want to get him some water. That's good stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna extend this. Love those dancing dinosaurs and bats. That's good. I want to loop that again at some point, but it's just so good. That's also cute. Oh, the Blood is Suffering. This is one of my favorites too. Game music is great when it goes hard. Just, I love it so much. One of the things I love about Freedom Planet 1 soundtrack, even, it just goes so hard for certain moments, and it's fantastic. It's such a trip to experience games that have a moment of intense lucidity. Oh, is it just like, chiptune music that you felt went hard? I'm guessing. Oh, that makes me want to go over there and listen to it now. Just, ooh. I just love it when composers, like, play with, play with an existing work with their own skills. Like, sometimes they find some very great ways to punch up something that was already great and ascend it to the next level. Well, I can't look at the DM right now because, that will reveal all of your private messages. I don't have a second screen I can dump things onto. Oh wait, that's right. I have the privacy screen. That's right, I forgot I have the privacy screen. So yes, if you share something with me, I'll just put that up. Oh, that also works. Okay, let's just close that for a second. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I want some perforations around this top. Oh no, it's like a little ribbon. There we go. That's cute. I'll probably add that in after I'm done with the rainbow part, so. Need to put in my other earbud because I'm clearly missing the other half of the experience. Like, this is extremely transformative. Yeah, now to do the rainbow palette. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, that's why I couldn't relate it to the original, because it's a whole new thing. A lot of the composers do that, honestly. That's just really cool. You know, that would be accurate in this case. That's just funny. When you were trying to leave Matco, the song. That's extremely funny to me. That ain't good. Manual picker time. Oh, that makes sense. I figured it was like a real chip tune, but I couldn't tell like what chip it was for. Oh, and Miku is just there too. That's really cute. The original title is still making me laugh. I love Hatsune Miku music though. Let's go ahead. Oh, whoops. I'll try you. pick some good oranges with that red. Just checking my temps. Oh, weird. Playing music on YouTube is less harmful for my temperature than SoundCloud while streaming. That makes no sense. This is good though. Really funny choice though. I don't know what it is, but there seems to be like a Venn diagram where composers and comedians kind of fall into. I don't. Just for some reason, they there is more crossover than you would realize. It's pretty funny. Oh, well, that's neat. Now let's go for I guess we'll go for green now. Yeah, that's right. So green, blue. So let's do that. Not too dark. Those vocals are interesting. They really do sound like something that you would hear on like a real Genesis. Yeah, trackers do look hard to work with, honestly. Like, I would love to play with Fami Tracker and get some results out of it, but yes, my brain is tiny. So, the affliction of being an artist in some cases, even. That should be a warmer transition to light than purple. That can't have been easy to do. For some reason, the piano in the Sega Genesis just works extremely well. Like, even you experimented with that a little bit in the past. I can imagine. That would not be cartridge friendly. It's lovely. That sounds too harsh. Purple. Might not be able to go any harder on colors than that. We'll see if we can get more spectrum. Well, I mean, from what I remember, like, you've tried to, like, pair sonic music with piano stuff. That's what I remember, at least. I don't know if it'd make lock-on impossible so much as like the cartridge would just be so expensive that Sega just wouldn't want to do it. Now, asking parents to pay $120 for Sonic 3 and Knuckles separately was already a tall order. No. You know, video games used to be really expensive, y'all, and now they want to do it again. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, Alice Dance, when we were playing, like, toying with the idea of making a Sonic fan game. And, like, you took one of your older compositions and mixed it into the piano. And it was good. I'm guessing you did that for your sanity's sake. At least that's what I can guess. Oh, whoops. Good, can't do that. Not like that either. Well, that's good to hear at least. Anything that makes the job easier, really. I can imagine how difficult it was to make music for video games way back then, you know? I can only imagine. Ooh, that's interesting. Interesting specialization that it has, I should say. Oh, yeah, we're through. So, go back to this. Oh. I mean, you could link one more. I'm not opposed. I just turned it back on because I thought we were done. But if we're not done, I'll take another link. Yeah. I think I have weird hang-ups about things, but oh, this is Alice Dance's music that y'all listening to right now. I mean, you did a really good version of Space Queens. Why not? Sonic Extreme had some bangers in there. Gotta say. Look at all those dancing babies. That's definitely one of your best arrangements, yes. The tiny dancing ones. Could also just be how I'm presenting it, because, like, yeah, just uncritically applying this palette to a pre-existing umbrella without thinking about the fact that, you know, this, like, I was just thinking about a minute ago how, you know, this umbrella is kind of frilled at the end, so yeah, I need to, like, change up how that's presented and maybe have the shading, like, you know, predominantly concentrate, like, around these frills instead of on top, so yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could do that too. You could link that whole soundtrack. I wouldn't be opposed to going on that journey. Just a musical journey. So yeah, let's see if I can fix the problem here. I'd be willing to get dirty. Very, very dirty. Who bought or might bought. Oh. I haven't heard of any of those. I do Twitch streaming in a rather transactional way, so all that's very new to me. Oh, song requests. That's neat. One of those features I really miss from Discord was all those music bots. They were so much fun. Then Discord took it away from us. So it's kind of nice to have that a little bit on the streaming side at least. I'd say this is looking less bad, but I don't know if it's looking better, per se. What do y'all think? Just wondering. Brighter. Let's see. That's an interesting way to handle it. Because, yeah, like, some music publishers can be pretty aggressive when with their DMCA rights. however, I'm good with streaming good music. As long as I'm not streaming Nintendo music, I think we can't get hit too hard. I understand, you know, like when you're trying to like make a career out of streaming, and you just really want to be super careful and cover your bases so nobody can come between you and your income. Yeah, after a certain point, you do need to like have your own like music commissioned for like video content, or using like paid stock music as well. There's a lot of options. But yeah, you definitely can't just be streaming whatever video game soundtrack you want. Oh, now I see. Yeah, music commissions is a pretty viable source of money. Like, you can basically charge $300 per minute for songs. So. Well, and the soundtrack has like 100 songs in it, so yeah, you've got plenty of variety to be streaming. None of the fans are going to tell you no. Because yes, they want more of that. They're like, please give. We are hungry. You're hungry and we are coming. You know, if anybody ever played Dead Space 3, you would know what that means. Yeah, you could literally do that. That's the funny part, yes. And you could stream with your own music. If you still have a decent backlog of your work. But when you're streaming the production of music, yeah, it's going to be the quieter side of things. With the occasional moment of everyone getting to hear the hot new beat. Okay, yeah, moment of truth time. Did I make it better or worse? That's what I don't know. With this umbrella, did I make it better? That's a funny thought, Alistair. It's just there's so much of a clown energy to it. Just evil clown energy, even. So, So I have now established to myself I am not good at working with rainbows. It's definitely like the best kind of jokes where it's like when you think more about it, it gets even funnier. Like, it's just, that is the best thing. At least I think so. There's a squid baron scene. I don't know how Pixie works with rainbows, because like her game's protagonist is literally the rainbow color, and that looks really hard to do. When your creative exercise feels like going to the YMCA. Oh, she does. Yeah, I don't have a true red in here. Let's fix that. It's just a balance the whole game's color palette around the clown. Now that does look like a true balancing act to do. On the other hand, it's like the character has all the colors, so oh no, what do you do? What do you do? Let's make the palette turn red here. I like that clowns are being more positively represented in more recent media. For the longest time they were just, you know, the butt of every poor parody's joke, you know, just kind of nice. Even Penny counts as a clown. Of course, like, it's not going to help that a lot of people still don't like clowns because of horror movies, but what can you do? I think it's great to see cute clowns instead of just evil ones. Ooh, I like this theme as well. I had to be sure I didn't still have the privacy screen up. I was so worried I accidentally left it on. Just, oops. No, I did not. But that sounds funny. But it's okay if people are not done using clowns in that context. And we still have Batman, you know, media, still, they're evil clowns. Alright, so do y'all think I'm making good on this, or do I really need to reevaluate my color theory? Oh my lord.
Hmm. Hmm. Although, oh yeah, that's right. Green is very underrepresented here. That would help. Now, why don't I like very warm heavy? Aside from blue. I think I'll make this orange. Wait, no, this needs to be green. And this be orange, and then the centerpiece could be red. Yeah, that sounds about right, because that's pretty much what this umbrella does too. Like, just kind of all circles back to green. Or any other color, really. Just all going in a circle. Yeah, that's already balancing it out a lot better. Wow. Come on, Gim, center around my mouse. There we go. Then this. Yeah, if you compare one side to the other, like as I think This is already a lot more pleasant to look at. I don't really work with rainbow too much because like it's very tedious to color, I think. Which meant I didn't have nearly as much experience as I should have with it. Not nearly as much. So. Then have this.
can't have to fix it. The rainbow all is lost. Yeah, if I end up like feeling like I can't do it, like we can look at other artists' work to see like where I'm going wrong. That would probably be the biggest sell, I imagine. Like you don't have to always reinvent the wheel because someone else has already done it before, you know? Just ooh, and this red is probably too warm even, now that I think about it. Yeah, that's fair. You got your commission to worry about, so yeah, that comes first. Business obligations first, personal projects after. Oh, and that's fair. Yeah, about an hour from now is when the stream is going to end anyway. On this side, you don't have to feel spread apart like bread and butter and jelly. Okay, the way it's arranged is definitely more pleasant, but yeah, I think the palette was fundamentally a bit, I shall indulge this only once. I guess you could say it was just wacky, just oopsie, oopsie, just, yes. See if we can go just let's go to, let's see, pixel art rainbow, or pixel art rainbows arranged. Like, so I know there's like some really good tutorial sites on this. Probably not that one, but we'll take a look. Oh yeah, I didn't look specifically for a tutorial. I'm trying to remember. Oh, DeviantArt. I'll pass on seeing Polyester's feet in the suggestions. I'm good. Oh, pass me the parasol. Okay. I will pass it to you. Okay, all the privacy filters going up for a second. So, there you go. An older version of it. Oh yeah, I can give you that. The original version of it for reference. Oh. And the original. There we go. Now let's remove the privacy screen. Oh yeah, I provided you the original. So yeah, there we go. Also, it's a good thing I did the PNG render because I ended up ruining the colors for the original when I was like hue shifting a copy of it. Oops. Big whoops there. Now, making like rainbow palettes more pleasant is so difficult because you've got multiple colors to consider. One thing I could try to do to fix it on my end at least, put all of these side by side. Oh. Alright. Let's see where we're going wrong. Well, as you can see, this color gradient is not very even at all. It almost looks toothy. It's like Sonic just, or Snort, took a bite out of it. And handed it back to me. Hmm. Make this a little bit more even. I think I'd probably try to do is like make all the colors like slightly cooler. That way there isn't like such a harsh contrast between all of them. Like they do need to be distinct from each other, both in terms of saturation and brightness and all that. But yeah. This is probably too far away. Like, and you do want your darkest colors to be more saturated, as far as Alice Dance is told when it comes to pixel art. Just kind of going up and to the left of the color gradient with each of these. It will make them more homogeneous, but at least we can figure out how to work with them from there. So oops, oh, it's too different. Too saturated. Yeah, it looks a little bit more even. Could be better. Oh wow, the blues were in fact really cool, like you said. Like the darkest blue was like practically as light as the lightest colors. Wow. That's insane. That is truly some clown coloring right there on my part. This is why you manually check everything, instead of just hue shifting until you hope it looks right. There is no hope if you hue shift forever. Now, hopefully this works better. Oops. Yeah, and these colors are distinct across the entire sprite sheet, so I'll be okay color picking and replacing. Oh, I love this scene. Yeah, that was too then color pick purple. Then color pick the reds. Okay, I've already did it. Now go for the green. I have not done that yet. That's making an immediate difference, to say the least. Oh, that's already way more pleasant. Look at that now. Doesn't look like a clown sandwich anymore. Yeah, this is why you do your color swatches appropriately. Like some people even do them like in branching trees and whatnot. Okay, and I'll just keep working with this while I wait to see Alice dance and what he does with it. What we might have is an instance of merging the best of both, like we did with the Mila evil laugh from last week's stream. Oh, yeah, this is not part of the palette though. We need to fix that. It's... This does need to be its own distinct color, but not like that. Now let's plan out a red set of colors here, so we don't get this wrong either. Yeah, Shantae's soundtracks just slap. I love them. Not going to be that different. Although we can't have it transitioning to orange. Yeah, at least in the context of a rainbow. When it comes to pixel art, like sometimes you'll want like your shading to almost transition to other colors like we were doing before. But with this rainbow, that was not working at all. It was very much a bad idea, even. In fact, let's make this orange color like less orange, like more orange, because it's not very orange. Ooh, that should be better, yes. There we go. Then have this red color go like that. Yeah. Much more pleasant. Oh, that's the credits theme. That's always on fire too. Oh yeah. Let's try and get this curve right here. Could probably use some anti-aliasing here too. But yeah, that's already more pleasant looking. At least we can work with this compared to the previous version of the umbrella. Oh yeah, and while I wait for Alistance's tweaks so that we can merge the two, we're going to talk a little bit about this cutscene. We'll just go ahead and let it compile for now. Because I didn't get to show y'all the finished version of the cutscene, what changes we're going to make to it, and what changes I had to remove from it. Let's close that for a second. Close that, then go to my video folder, and also show y'all like the original version of the cutscene that was like much longer. Where is it? I think it was this one. Yeah, so like there was a little bit of a delay with finishing this cutscene because I originally wanted it to be much longer. Like we were kind of going to address a previous instance of Lilac yelling at everybody. But the thing is, like, that would have tied into like something that was already addressed earlier. Because, like, you know, like I think with cutscene 5 or so, you know, like Mila has your little nightmare, and Lilac and Mila talk about that because they've already very succinctly, you know, addressed, you know, what happened at Jade Creek, and you know, Lilac promising not to do that again. And then ended up unwittingly creating a scenario where they would have basically done the same thing. And that would have been kind of redundant. I kind of realized that and chatted it out with everybody else on the Shaman Architect server, and like, yeah, this is like, the lines individually were good, but it was like, this doesn't fit into the cutscene. Like, you know, it was not needed. And as we can see with the rationale here with the cutscene changes, you know, we addressed the events from Jade Creek already. Then, and you know, it was redundant to have a second emotional climax like that, the previous scene. Then, and I also realized the cutscenes leading into a stage really shouldn't be too long. It should just kind of like set the stage for what's about to happen. It shouldn't be like this long, drawn-out thing, and then you get to play the stage. Like, because you know, there's some people out there who would be happy to like play a long cutscene if it feels good to them. But you know, the average gamer is just like, you know, they're just mashing the buttons and reading, and you know, very excited to play the next stage and trying to drink in the context. And if it's taking too long, they're going to skip it. Like, I don't think that's a wrong behavior. You know, we're, you know, we're not that much different from, you know, our ape ancestors. You know, Donkey Kong push button, Donkey Kong want banana, want results, just human nature things pretty much, animal nature as well. So you don't want an intro for a stage to take too long. You want to get somebody into the action as quickly as you can help it. So yeah, it didn't help us. It was not going to help the narrative to have a cutscene with 41 lines to click through. That's a lot of button presses. And some people felt like it was out of character for Lilac. I disagree. I felt like she's the kind of character who would have the emotional intelligence to say some of the things that she did, but it was redundant. And the real problem was more that her dialogue was too on the nose about the message of the cutscene. Way too on the nose. You cannot be that direct when you're writing things. You cannot. You kind of need to be halfway there, where it's the characters are talking about their things in universe, in character, and it incidentally might cross over into talking rather adjacently about the message that the writers want to communicate. We've all got our agendas, beliefs. Those are going to bleed into how we write things. That doesn't mean we all have evil or malicious intent in what we do. It just was our backgrounds influence how we write. And that is okay when it comes through the writing, but you can't just be that on the nose. No, that was wrong. And having to chomp out 60% of the code for all this, it sucked, but and there was also another problem with the cutscene. There was a tonal whiplash. Because, the girls are having all this fun, they're just laughing and bantering, and then they have to go into this vacuum void where there's tension, and it's I do feel like the first Freedom Planet was bad enough about those kind of whiplashes, and we need to not replicate that here. That's just a universally accepted opinion of the game. The tonal whiplash is just the name of the game. We don't want that here. Even Freedom Planet 2, while still kind of having some whiplash here and there, it tried to do better, it's very important to have each cutscene have one running theme instead of two conflicting themes. That's very important. Oh yeah, hey Creeper. Yeah, time did fly by while we were just drawing umbrellas and sand. And so yeah, I just wanted to go over why the cutscene took so long. It was going to be 41 lines, not 20, but I had to chop it all out. It was too long. So let's show y'all the original for posterity's sake. So it's not like I'm hiding anything that would be embarrassing. Just yeah, here we go. Yeah, this is the original. And then I'll show you all the modified cutscene that is now in the game. Obviously this got chucked out. It's still in some source code snapshots, but eventually this is going to disappear from the cutting room floor, so what you're seeing will be very fleeting. I'm still happy Argo suggested this. This is so funny. Just giant sandcastle. I just wanted a 3-story sandcastle. He suggested a Mega Man 2 moment. Oh, y'all can't see it. Oh, that's right. This is really weird. Yeah, the fan game was drawing over everything else. This is not good. At least it wasn't blocking anything that I was supposed to show. So, okay, we'll unclick the. Can I unclick the fan game? It seems like nothing's been working in that card. Oh, here we go. Okay, let's watch the original so y'all can see the flaws that I was pointing out, and then we'll watch the revised version in the game itself. And this is where everything goes wrong. Yeah, as you can see, that was a very long cutscene to front load stage with a lot of ground that was trying to be covered all in one go, and for all the attempts to make it cohesive, it was just too much still. And again, redundant. Now let's re-enable fan game, and we'll see like the current version of the cutscene. So there's a little debug key here. Look out. Now, Mr. Stumpy goes flying in this version. Yeah. See, and that is sorry about that. Yeah, and that should be a lot more focused as well, because like, you know, this is the point in the campaign where you know, things like, you know, the machinations of the plot are starting to move across the chessboard, basically. So like the narrative does need to focus a bit more on that. In the early half of the game, we were able to like, you know, take the opportunity to explore a little bit more about the girls emotionally. And there's going to be a couple of extra optional cutscenes too that will go further into it. Um, just to help address the things that happened in Freedom Planet 1 and how they were coping with that previous game's events. But once we get to this middle half of the game, things are starting to heat up a little bit. Only every now and again do I get a moment to think about some things. So yeah, like there's not going to be too much opportunity to get more emotional up until the end, at least. So from here on, the cutscenes, it's going to feel like, I feel like the storytelling should at least start to feel a bit more like Freedom Planet 1's late game, where everything was just like, okay, everyone is focused, all the characters are like fully in sync with each other, they are going hard on solving this problem, and they're powering through it and saving the day. Just it's okay, Alice Dance. There was plenty to talk about. Whoa. I forgot the privacy screen. I feel so dumb. Here we go. Oh, wow. Yeah, I could see why you took your time with this one. This is a lot more, wow. Oh yeah, thankfully it's all YouTube links and stuff. Oh, this is so much better than, like, I was just simply going to have, like, each thing, like, be a color of the rainbow, whereas, like, you've maintained the stripes, but spread the rainbow out a bit. Wow. And that's okay, it was mostly YouTube links. So, a little more cleanup, but yeah, I think what you're going for versus what I was going for is just, I mean, just look out, like, it's a visually different umbrella that, is much more visually cohesive than I was producing. Like, this works, but it's missing contrast. And I also stripped off all the dithering. Like, the dithering here is especially worth keeping, and Alice Dance did keep that. But, wow, yeah, I definitely want to, like, merge the two together, like, lower this, this umbrella here down to this one's level and add the top part. And maybe probably not mess with the curvature of it, because it looks like you've already made it like a more cohesive shape. Oh, hello, Vood. It's your first time here. But they're definitely not a first timer to the Shang the Architect community. So So yeah, I'm like very happy with how this turned out. Like, this is a much more cohesive umbrella. It's more appealing too. Like, just it's keeping the whites from the original, but like spreading out on the rainbow, and putting the purple into center. I think works a lot better than like having it be a part of the edges. And just putting the reds on the outer rims, from our perspective. Like, just infinitely better color choices and arrangement of those colors overall. So yes, we need to credit Alice Dance for this umbrella today. I'm just going to lower the stem, and yeah, we're just going with this one. I don't have so much personal pride that I can't do that. If somebody has offered you their skills and it is just another level above yours, it's like, yes, it's one of the most respectful things you can do with both of y'all's time is to make good use of their advice and their assistance. Like I feel like there are multiple conclusions firing off in my brain about like how I could do this next time I have a rainbow color to deal with. Oh no, like I mean, you're one of the artists on the team too. You did the fireworks tank. You did some of the tiles for the temple. Um, yeah, so you're just volunteering your time as you can for the continued benefit of the project. So yes, I'm gonna make note of this in the change log as well. Once we have new overall. Active. Yeah, just to make note of the assistance, like I'll rephrase the this part of the changelog later, but we'll just go ahead and have the credits noted. Like, you know, again, when people offer their time to you for free, like the least you can do is give them credit. Like that's all they're getting. You gotta at least give them that. That is one thing that Pixie told me that's really stuck to me. I've always wanted to give people credit for everything anyway, because it just touches me when people want to help my projects in any way. But the way she worded it gave me language to describe my exact sentiment when it comes to this sort of thing. That's right. Okay, we'll rephrase that later. Just need to make a note. Oh, yeah, with pretty much anything creative we do, it's good to give credit, yes. And map making for 3D video games, that's an art form of its own, really. Like, there are entire job titles, they're like environment artist, you know, etc., etc. There's nothing wrong with that, because like Freedom Planet 1 is still very evocative of the retro video game times, even if it does a lot of things that would have made a Saturn, like a Sega Saturn, just choke on itself. But the art direction is still very evocative of that time. So yes, now we need to animate this one. We won't need too many frames, just like one or like maybe 2 or 3, and then it'll be good to go. But I'll probably animate it off stream because, you know, then we won't have any coding to show y'all. Because, you know, the stream's going to end at 6 and continue on Discord. So, yeah, this will take a while. But we're going to do, like, a couple of frames. That way it's, like, nice and snappy. 14 colors. That's amazing. Because, like, look at how many colors this is. Like, so that's 4, 2, 1, 2, 3, 6. That's 20 colors just for this part, and you got way better results with just 14. Yeah, I really got to hit the books on color theory again. It would really help me out. Like, I feel like I don't struggle too much with like palettes that just have like 2 opposing colors or complementary colors. You know, like you know, working with sand and signs, you know, trees. Like, I don't feel like I struggle with contrast in these cases. But once I've got a whole rainbow in the picture, yeah, like, this umbrella, you can just hear the clown horns in my head when I see this one compared to Alice Dance's. Alice Dance may present himself as a clown, but there ain't no clown around with the way he does color. Just beautiful. Look at that. Like, this is the kind of pixel art that makes you want to jump into a video game, you know? Like, that's what you want to see. We can always go hard without pushing ourselves. Because, you know, think smarter, not harder. So yeah, let's oh yeah, that's right. There's only YouTube links, no private messages. We're okay. We're okay. A clown with other marketable skills. That's the best way to put it. Very marketable skills. I can't wait to show people what you've done for the next game project. I really can't wait, because Alstance is doing really good pixel art for my next game too. Now, obviously, like, I'm not putting too much time into it. It's like, we're kind of getting like general purpose assets out of the way, so that like, so we can just like get the game prototyped, basically, on the side of Shane the Architect. Like, we cannot make that like an actual side project yet. That's just me sowing the seeds for the future, so I can just come out swinging when this fan game is done. Like, so one thing I'm barring myself from doing with the prototype for the next project is tile sets. Like, as you can see with all of this, like, making tile sets is one of the most demanding parts of making a video game. The art for a game, rather. Like, just look at everything that goes into making this happen. And that's just the background layers that Prototype did for the background for the stage, too. Like, somebody could spend 2 weeks just on this, like, so, it's like, while making the prototype, we're just kind of like, we've got wireframe sprited terrain to run across. Like, we're not doing tile sets until Shane the Architect and Freedom Planet Academy is done. Just kind of like getting the character sprites, the item pickups, like trying to figure out how we want the game to feel and play on the side of Shane the Architect. Yeah. Pre-production is probably accurate. Yeah, and that is also true. It's kind of sad that some games just get pushed out the door in that state. Like, do you know the developers themselves wouldn't have had that if they could have? Some AAA games that release, the developers are crying and they're pushing the gold release build button. And they know it is not up to the gold standard, but corporate won't give them more money or time. So yeah, we're not doing tile sets like this for the next project until this fan game is done. Like, just getting the items, springs, and other general purpose stuff knocked out, and trying to make the game feel and play good, and then we can worry about the terrain looking and playing good. Just one thing at a time. Again, I just want to have a good cadence in developing things. And that should hopefully be the balance we need to like put 95% of our time into Shane the Architect and just sun to the next. I'm not very good when it comes to side projects. I cannot just split my attention 50-50. I just can't do it. A soda pop mascot. I can't wait to show everybody that one too. So yeah, let's before the stream ends, let's see if we can implement the part that everyone suggested like hours ago, where it's like just having Mila's feet fluttering above the sand when she lands in the sand. And that should be an easy fix. I just have to change how the animations work. So where's the code that tells Mila to land? That's what I'm looking for. Okay, this is the code for the Star Marine blows a hole in her castle. Just look at all those bombs we have to communicate with. Yeah, I'm gonna love the soda pop mascot. That creature's gonna be iconic. And we're through with it, I'm sure. I'm just very sure of that. Okay, now here's where Mila lands. So for this little piece of code, we need to have her angle set to be like negative 90 degrees, so that her feet will be in the ground. I mean, her head will be in the sand, and just have her flutter. The only problem, though, is like I don't know how to set her depth to be behind the sand. So what we'll probably need to do is manually place like. Here we go. Here's what I can do without being too silly. Let's go revise the map for the cutscene, because yeah, with cutscenes we make maps for them too. We make maps for everything. The cutscenes, the stages, the hub worlds, all of that's done with the editor. All of it. And I'd even like to make a proper cutscene editor once the game is done too, so people could like make their own linear adventures with this thing. I just think that would be a neat thing to have. Like, yeah, you would only still be able to like work with the pre-existing assets, but I do want to add more backgrounds and stuff so that there's more than just the campaigns and assets to work on. Like, I still want to make, our own Mania-fied version of Dragon Valley. Like, I feel like you can't have a Freedom Planet Maker without a Dragon Valley attached to it. You just can't. But we also can't just take the assets as is and just use them. We need to, like, elevate them and put some effort into it. You can't just use a raw sprite rip, but it's just that's lazy. Especially lazy if you just, got it off Sprout's resource, didn't even rip it yourself. No. We make our games from scratch here. No hand-holding. That's what we do, for the most part. It was one of the reasons Sabrina was okay with me doing Patreon for this project, because, like, we're doing so much of this from scratch. Like, everything you're seeing here, it's like all new assets. Let me move this over here. Like, everything but that cursor on the screen is ours, and of course this tile set from Freedom Planet 1. I do need to update these tiles too. But, as you can see here, yep. Everything on screen right now, that's all us. That's what we did. So, what I needed to do to this map here is place versions of this tile that are like that draw way above the depth of the tile, the cutscene object itself. So that way when Mia lands in the sand, she will actually be behind it, instead of like, her head is just stuck in the void somewhere. We can't have that now. That would just be weird. So then I need to grab some scenery sand and also place that above the plane. So, and I'm okay. Like, we just need it to cover Mila. We don't need it to do anything other than just provide Mila some something to stick her head in the sand too. So yes, and here is the giant sandcastle that we worked on. So yeah, like, the sandcastle is really huge. Just look at it. We've got a storage closet with bananas. We've got some birds. They're already laying nests on it. That didn't take long. We've got bananas. More birds' nests. Like, and a sea turtle nest that she just happened to decide, like, I'm going to protect this today with my very own sandcastle. So, yeah. And that's what this cutscene maps looks like. Now let's go ahead and update our map file. And yes, you can thank Argo for the sandcastle being that tall. It's Mila. She can do what she wants. Like, for real. Like, we could just kind of treat her like a cartoon character in the sand game. Like, she is the cartoon character. Like, you know, Carol is like, you know, she is the, she's the comedian. Mila's the cartoon character, and Lilac is the normal person of the group. And normal is a very thin definition on this planet, I'll tell you what. Just there ain't nothing normal about anybody on this planet, I'll say. And we love them for it. Like, so, yeah, let's go to our maps. Then, let's see. Okay. Cutscene 12. Yeah, it's Tuesday, and we're making video games. I need to copy this version of the cutscene to the sandbox where GameMaker's IDE interacts with the game's external files. And then also take this version of the file and move it into our source package. That way all of our external files are included in the game package. I don't have to do anything else. Now we have an updated version of the cutscene map that will allow Mila to get her head stuck in the sand. With no additional code on my part. The editor can just do that for us. Tuesday. Definitely Tuesday for me. I had quite a bit of burritos to eat. Love me some good food. And it keeps me regular. That's very important as you get older. Maybe Twitch is not the best time to talk about that. I'm just Tangent City, y'all. I'm like, talking to me is like an episode of Family Guy. Just where they'll just be like out of the blue, like, hey, you know, like the time when Sauron dropped his contact lens while looking for the ring, and they immediately cut to a cutscene where the eye from Lord of the Rings is just looking everywhere for the contact lens. It's just like, nobody move. I just dropped my contact lens. Just, oh my god, just oh my god. Just like, if that's basically like talking to me, I am Tangent City. I just have to like keep a mental note of which tangents in my head would be appropriate for streaming. Or even certain social situations too, like so yeah, let's go to Mila Sprites. Need to figure out like which animations is her fluttering animation. Oh, it's around here somewhere. Oh, almost passed right by it. Okay. And because Game Maker's Game Maker Studio 1.4, not the newer version of Studio, the older version is a little bit funny. Like, I can't interact with any other windows while the sprite editor is open, so I just like make a clipboard copy of it so I can just look at what frame numbers I need to reference. Just because that's what we do. So and yeah, this is Mila's new outfit. That's what we're doing here. Mila new, and then set. Get rid of this. And her actor plane. Let's go ahead and set her angle correctly. We're disabling her flight. And I think she should be slightly above the actor plane for this because, like, you know, again, the coordinates for characters are at their feet, so if I don't consider how many pixels her feet would need to stick out, then she would just be hiding entirely under the sand. That would be no good. So, yeah, 16 pixels ought to be enough for sticking her head in the sand. So, -90. GameMaker actually works with radians. It just kind of provides 360 degrees for us peanut brain developers out here, just trying to make our games. So yeah, we can say -90 and it not be a cursed statement. Then the frame we want to start on is 101. Yes, then want to keep her sprite set to this. And her frame speed, this should be a good frame speed for that, so 101. 104, so yeah, just like iterating through just four sprites. Then I need to modify her actor plane again for like the next frame. Now, in fact, yes, let's extend the flight. 1, 2, 3. And grab like a timer. That way, like for at least 16 frames, like she'll just have her head stuck in it, then she jumps out. And I could use the bottle pop sound effect for that too. That'd be funny. I'm making me want fries now. And I'm literally within walking distance from a restaurant that could provide those to me. So, no. They're open until 11. But don't think about it right now. Don't think about food. So, yeah, let's... Okay, we are on 13. So while Lilac is yelling, "What is that?" we can have actor, Mila, quiet timer. I don't want to call it stuck timer. I once talked to somebody who made the whole concept of characters getting their heads stuck in holes very weird, so we're not going to dwell on this little gimmick for too long. It's just a funny thing to do, like, oh, ha, Mario got his head stuck in the hand, his head in the sand. Let's just pull him out. You know, it's funny in that context, but in every other context, don't look that up on DeviantArt. You will regret it. You will be very sad. And you'll spend the rest of the night playing Animal Crossing or literally anything else to get your brain off what you just saw. So, we're just gonna like do the visual gag and immediately pull out. Just do not indulge, do not engage with the DeviantArt people. Do not give them sustenance. Do not give them anything. I don't have DeviantArt anymore either, Creeper. Like, I used to. I had a 14-year-old account with, like, hundreds of stuff posted on it, but then, you know, they made it hard to, like, go through your comment history, because, like, I did want to just, like, look through my accounts, like, God, how many skeletons am I hiding on this account? You know, I was 14 years old. I've changed a lot in that time. And then it was just like, ugh, this is just going to be easier to just kill my account. And then the AI stuff flooded in. It was like, okay, I'm just gone now. Bye. I am so sorry. Okay, so if the timer is greater than 16 frames, Then we will reset the timer. And also, like, the version of this that will play out. And also, yes, it'd be a good opportunity to reset Mila's angle. Flight direction 0. We'll just turn her flight counters off entirely. So the angle, flight enable 3. Also change her actor plane position. And we'll do it again for the next frame, because like if the player is skipping through text quickly enough, like certain actions will not complete. So we don't want any weirdness with that either. Like I don't always want to like have an input lock on cutscene actions. That really slows things down for every little thing. So it's just like only for certain actions where the game would bug out and the cutscene would bug out if I didn't have an input locker on it. Then I do the input lock for 30 frames and then let the player do what they want. So like for that scene where Birdguard like flies out of the Academy Temple, like that's frame locked for I think 2 whole seconds. So like the player can't end it too early and cause some problems for the cutscene. I didn't think about that, Argo, because yeah, whenever I do try to eat a burger and fries, like I feel extremely full. Like potatoes are just, they're miracle dirt fruits, I think. You know, just they just such lovely things. They're very rich in calories and starch and energy. Like you can just you can train on meat and potatoes if you want. You'll be just fine. Good stuff. And you know it's a plant too, so like your heart isn't having to work as hard if you're eating like a fully cooked vegetable like that along with some meat. You know. Oh yeah, I can't deny that. You know, fried potatoes do taste really good. And I've also gotten appreciation for like a proper baked potato, you know, like not nuked in the microwave, like properly cooked in like in a crock pot or an oven for an hour. Just the softness of a properly baked sweet potato is almost as soft as like mashed potatoes on the inside. It's just so delicious. And if you're that hungry, you could eat some of the skin too. Just that. Now that's a real potato. Don't nuke them in the microwave. That is no good. Just it's just going to be dry, very dry and ugly. I grew up eating the wrong kind of baked potato. It was the microwave potato. Put that spud in the oven for an hour or crock pot for a little while. That will be good. Really, really good. Oh, convection oven. That was... Oh, now that sounds really good too. I would love a convection oven, honestly. Yeah, that's right. I was looking for sound effects. Yeah, but convection ovens, they cook really good. I've seen them in action. They are so nice. So, didn't think about like baking it at first and then frying it. That also sounds good. Sound effects. You're looking for item sounds. Where's the bottle pop sound? Okay, we're going to need this in combination with another sound effect. So, sounds. Probably this one. That's all I can think of. Ooh. Mudsplat might be a little too visceral. Yeah, that doesn't sound like sand, does it, y'all? Just too wet. Quick boss. Bounce. Kicking the can. Bird clap. No, that would not be it either. Great. Broken bomb. Yep, and we still don't have a use for orb collected. We still don't have a use for it, but it's in there. The object sounds. Maybe Flesh, Temple Bell. And that's the bird guard screen we're using. But yeah, I do want to replace that scream from that cutscene with a different sound effect. Because one beautiful thing Edwin did, he's gave me like some practice recordings of his practice screams for the fan game. We figured, you know, at some point we're going to need some screams. So he just gave those to me. I'm going to play a couple of them for y'all. Because they are just great. Y'all are going to love this. I'm going to use Audacity so I can just selectively pick through them. I can imagine it scared you, yes. Yeah, that's the first one that I was thinking about using, yes. So let's go to the processed version of this. And, yeah, here we go. We'll just let this whole thing play. I'm probably going to use this one for Bird Guard. It sounds so authentic, and it sounds like Bird Guard. It's perfect. And for the rest of y'all, have some fun with this. I should really commission him to do screams for, like, the next game. Like, he would just absolutely nail it. These are just great screams. They sound like real screams, and they're also extremely funny. That's what you want with a cartoon-like game, I think. Oh, added a typo. Okay. We'll just do the Bob Pop sound for now, because that's all I got. Or do I? Yeah, no, like, oh, yeah, this in combination with the pop might work. Because it has a very sandy sound to it, don't y'all think? So yeah, after this happens, we play these sound effects. And change your actor plane. And we'll also want to change, like, the animation that she's playing. So, oh, never mind. Like, Well, hell, but it would still mean like a new sound effect in the package. We'll see how it sounds when we use it. Just gonna be real careful with that. Set her. Wait a minute, yeah, like all of Neil's animations are like inside very specific states, so what we need to do is like enable for then while flight enable is for we just have her crying on the loop and nothing else. Their angle is 0. And if the player decided to move through this dialogue too quickly, we can just have these angle changes and everything play out right then and there. Pretty nice and simple. Oh yeah, that's right. We also need to like zero out her frame, otherwise it will take her forever to get to the correct frame. Cutscene. There's no way I did that. Here we go. So, got frame. Dex 3. 0. Yeah, okay, I was preemptively setting the frame. The previous state. Frame set here. Make that 24 frames. Yes, okay. This should be correct. Let's see if things don't fall apart. Like, I've gotten better about, coding something and then the results mostly playing out the way I want, mostly. But you never know what'll happen until you compile it. You just don't. Your best laid plans are so easily undermined by one or two oversights, either in the code or in your own logic while writing it. Oh, I didn't think to account for that. Oh no. Just, yeah. Okay, let's try it again, y'all. There goes Mr. Stumpy. Oh, Mila, you little rascal. You little... Oh my god. That was not what I wanted you to do. You're supposed to stick your head in the sand. Oh. What was that, Mila? Just... Oh my god, seriously. Yeah, that was not what she was supposed to do. Let me check her fluttering sprites, because I think they might be like slightly below the plane where I expected them to be. So. Okay, her feet in this context are fluttering down to 62 pixels. The project. Oh, okay. So that's not an issue. Our prediction of where she should be okay. There was a problem. She decided she didn't want to change her angle. So she just fluttered above the ground and went right back to it. Okay, so here's what happens in the previous scene. She goes flying, and so does Mr. Stumpy. Then, yeah, then she. Oh, never mind. We are avoiding that. That's good. So in this next instance is like when things are playing out one way. But we are forcing her to go above the active plane still. So that's the thing about Mila. She's too smart for anybody who gets to program her. Like Prototype and Sabrina and Will and Spectre, they all tried so hard to mitigate Mila in Freedom Planet 2. They tried. They just tried everything to get her to behave. At one time, an attempted fix made her break everything and had to revert it. So I don't know if we can like go that elaborate. Because again, the pacing of all this needs to play out nicely. There's only so much time for each line of dialogue. People are very impatient. Gamers are not patient people. If they were patient people, we would all be playing board games and Risk and Monopoly for 12 to 16 hours. We wouldn't have ever invented video games. Just. So, yeah, let's try to figure out what's going on here before I end the stream. What are we doing wrong? Also, all warrior fries and solution of water, salt and vinegar. Oh, that's interesting. I need to keep that in mind, because, like, I would love the fries to be firm after they're done in the oven. It's no wonder all those frozen fries you get are just, like, soft as a wet noodle when you're done with them. Wait, that's right. I have frozen fries in the freezer. I could just go bake some after stream. Oh. Here we go. Don't have to go anywhere. We have fries at home. Just, not the best fries, but they'll do. Also, that's the first time I've heard of that skip. It's all new to me. Okay, so what's going wrong when we've moved to this state? What is going wrong? Oh, that's right. Maybe the direction I set was not going to work in this case. So what I need to do is try 180 to get her to be upside down. Maybe that'll help. Yay to that indeed. That's right, I never turned the music back on. That's because we're switching between the game and the code, so it would have been awkward. Yeah, just look at what all we have to do to make a tile set. That's why the next project is not getting any until this game's done. Okay, so. Alright, Mila, you better do the right thing. And as you can see, like, it was possible to skip that sequence where she goes all the way up to the camera goes all the way to the top. Yeah, just, I don't understand it. Her angle doesn't want to change when she's, what am I doing wrong here? See how much trouble it is just to get a character to stick their head in the sand in a video game? Yeah, see how much trouble it is just to get that to work. At least when Mila is involved. This probably would have worked for Carol. Mila just has to be special. So, Mila fighting. Her position's right there. Then, for this, angle is changing. No, I'm not going to do that. That's like more junk on the texture page that I have to compile. It's stupid. I'm not doing it. The game takes way too long to back up as it is. Because having, like, copies of sprites really starts to add up whenever you want to be lazy like that. Like, consider that we have, like, nearly, like, 20,000 sprites and tiles in this thing. That's a lot of files you have to deal with. Just, no. Like, you would scream if you saw how many files are in this project, and we're only at the halfway point. Just... And you would scream and realize, like, why nobody else has made a Freedom Planet fan game up until this point. Well, there is also Crystal Chaos making Freedom Planet debut, but that's about it. That's it. You are flight enable. No, it's turned on. Stumpy goes flying. Then for flight enable. Okay, 2. Then once Mila lands on the ground, we go to 3. Now the angle is changing in this context, but I'm just trying to get her to behave in this context. And then let's just do 270 just to see if we can even get a wrong result in this case. So flight enable equals 3. Not iterating through this. Oh, I'm so stupid. I was resetting the angle literally as soon as she was entering another state. I can't blame the dog for this one. She did not eat my homework today. I ate my homework. Tried to blame the dog. Okay, so let's try this again. So let's just try -90 like I meant to originally. I can't believe it was simply a matter of there was a little thing at the bottom of the code block. It was like resetting the angle immediately. Just I shouldn't laugh on stream like that, but that's what happens when you be stupid while coding. Alright. Try this again. You are becoming the stage at the next level. So y'all can see Stumpy go flying. Okay, we got progress. She is attempting to go in. But yeah, it needs to be 180 no matter what the direction is, negative or positive. Yeah, she went in sideways, but she did actually do the thing. Did you see that? That's probably Spacey's face when she's coding too sometimes. Sometimes it's all of our faces when we're coding, just like, how do I make my dummy thick character do the dummy thing correctly? Come on, you really, you crazy protagonist. Can you at least be stupid correctly? You will sometimes say. Oh, whoops. Wrong thing. That's the tricky part. You know, again, because like you can't make these things too elaborate. It's a bit of a meme. Like some video game protagonists tend to be extremely stupid for some reason. Even Earthworm Jim has like no brain cells in the show. It's crazy. Alright, come on, Vila, get stuck in the sand. You little rascal. Oh, you finally saw it, huh? I can't believe it. She drew herself above the tiles that were supposed to make her hide in the sand. She doesn't want to play ball today. She don't wanna. So here's the stupid thing I'm gonna have to do. Yes, she does. We specifically placed tiles in the map and updated it specifically so that she would draw behind the sand, and she did the little 6-year-old actor thing and just didn't do it correctly. I guess we need to give her better snacks on the set, you know, because like even for the Christmas Peanut special, like the very first animated Peanut special, they had like actual kids doing all the acting, and there were like some really good professional child actors as well as you know, just amateur extras who had never done this before, and they OPS didn't want you to do that, but yeah, they had to help them play along with the singing by like giving them snacks. Just it's pretty interesting. Oh wait, that's right. I was going to the editor this time. And we're going to look for the position of the tile that we want to draw, and then manually draw it from within the object. So, you know, we're just going to have to do that. Set our grid value to 1, so we can see the exact coordinates of this tile as we're placing it. Not like that. That is really weird. Why are you doing that? Okay. So, okay. We want this tile at 76, 96. 7696. We'll figure out the name of the asset in a second. Just need to get the coordinates, it's very important. 3312. Then get the asset name. Okay, Game Maker, give me suggestions. Oh, that's right, the OBS thing was in the way. Okay, so yeah, the background asset that we're looking for. Okay, and just look, it took me 40 minutes to get Mila to stick her head in the sand. I'll just 40 minutes just to get her, to convince her to do that like a real toddler. Head stuck in reality, that's what I'm going to call it. Because the child will not behave. There we go. Mila's gonna need like some Jello cups for this one. Don't know what else to convince her with. Move this over here. Let's see how this looks. I'm gonna try. Okay, she finally did the thing, but that was way too fast. We're gonna need to have it last just a little bit longer. Probably 40 frames. And then she pops her head out and some particles could come out. Probably. Right, so that made her behave for 2 whole seconds. It just feels like. So 48 frames, it will last that long. But then at the end of it, we could have like some generic particles like pop out. Which means we'll need it like a dummy object to handle this. Activate parent. Go to particle effects. Nope, not the explosion. That would be silly. Sand doesn't work like that. If it did, there would be no planet to save. There would be no freedom, no planet. Somebody would have just created enough kinetic force between themselves and the sand and blew up the planet. So it has to be here somewhere. Skidding, here we go. This is the skidding particle animation. We need to at least have a particle effect playing if this is going to make any sense. Particle, skidding, object, story. Cutscene. Sand particle. And how many frames of animation does it have? It's quite a few. So we'll need 6.8. frame 0. Sprite. It's going to be a very dead simple object. Frame plus 5. 6.8. Was it 5? No, it's 6. So we have several frames of animation. We don't have to worry about a pause check here. We can go above the drawing priority of the cutscene object itself. Then create the particle effects in this particular code block. And we'll do it like within Mila's XY range. Move this around again. And we'll do like a range as well. And range. So anywhere from like 16 16. And we'll create several of these, or at least 4. Modify their randomized ranges to be a little bit different than each other. So there isn't that much statistical likelihood to conflict, intersect and draw over each other, rather. Let's make this 10. Okay, yeah, let's just try it. See what happens. And oh yeah, I still needed to make a 45-degree angle version of the same too. I forgot. That little thing reminded me. Alright, so try it again. Now that's much better. Much better. That'll do. That'll do, Mila. We're just going to accept that. Now we need to do something about this empty void with no level in it. This empty void that keeps killing our girls. Kangaroo Lagoon moment. Yeah, let's go. Yes, that could indeed be an issue. There we go. The void below bedrock. Yeah, that's not fun. You don't want to go below that. One time I did in creative mode and immediately regretted it. Just don't break the bedrock. Go, and there we have it. Mila is going to behave now, hopefully. Oh no, this is different from FP2. Like, I suggested to Sabrina to like have it behave that way in Freedom Planet 2, but well, there's kind of a thing about Sabrina. Like, if what you suggest to her doesn't compromise like her exact mechanical vision for a game, like yeah, she'll compromise and give you a little thing like the pedal armor. That was another one of my suggestions. Is I felt like there needed to be some way to turn off the multi-hit damage in FP2. I really felt alienated by that in the game. So yeah, pedal armor item. There you go. But when it came to crushing deaths, like only taking one pedal away from you, and falls, only taking a pedal. Yeah, specifically with fall damage, like I think it was already only taking one pedal away from you during falls, and there aren't that many instances in the game where that happens. Like it was specifically crushing deaths where her halfway compromise was just like having the range of crushing change. So it's like so like if the edges of the character sprite are touching like a crusher, like they'll just get pushed out of it. Like and just increase that range so much that you genuinely would have to have made a big oopsie to have actually got crushed by them. And then you lose a stock. She was not going to like make it just take a half pedal damage and return to a checkpoint. So that's a shame more of a tech thing, at least. The fan game just only takes a pedal from you with crushing deaths, and the falling deaths only take one HP from you, like FP2 does. Like those two particular things, like Sabrina and I were just in sync. We already had the same idea. And then with that one, it's just like, you know, she really wanted crushing deaths to be punishing, so no way around that. I wouldn't say they're rare, but like, but at least in FP2's case, they're not as bad. There's only like one choke point in like Tiger Falls where you would really not enjoy being crushed, and that's about it. I know the Lightning Tower has like a lot of crushers, but you know, again, they're not as egregious as that one spot I just mentioned. So yeah, not too many instances in FP2 where that can happen to you. It's just a shame that, you know, it's going to take a stock from you. The only reason I disagreed with that is because, like, you know, all the video games I grew up playing did that. Like, if you get crushed in Zelda, you lose a heart, you respawn. You get crushed or fall in Metroid, you just respawn. It's just the very standard thing. Mario's about the only kind of platformer where you're just going to lose a life regardless, and the stages aren't long enough where an actual death feels that punishing. It's just like, whoopsie whoopsie, I fell down a hole, oh well. Funny jingle plays and you restart from your checkpoint. Who cares? The stage will last you 30 seconds if you're smart. You didn't lose that much progress. It's those longer games where you really don't want to punish people too much. And I appreciate like the Shantae sequels taking that into account, because like in the very first Shantae, you would lose a life if you fell into any hole. Just full stop. That sucked. Then in the sequels, it's just like you lose a heart. Easy peasy. Yeah, I feel like in Sonic case it's especially cruel because the stages are like really, really long, you know. Especially in Sonic Mania, you really don't want to get crushed there. It's not fun. Whereas with Mario, it's just like Oh well, it just happened, so I'll lose 20 seconds of stage progress. Who cares? Whereas with Sonic, like maybe you missed a star post and you got crushed, and you're like, oh no, I have to run like a whole 3 minutes to get back to where I was. Oh no. Oh no. As Mario would say, oh no. So, yeah, we're about to hit 4 hours. I was thinking about that too, Syntax. So yeah, I can take this off the to-do list now. Fix bug. Yeah, I don't need to mention the changelog because, yeah, we just changed the whole cutscene. So yeah, we don't need to mention it. But we do have that in the game now, so let's go ahead and make a backup. Because like with pretty much any significant changes I make to the game, I back it up. Like that's just what I do. Because like one time I lost like 2 weeks worth of progress on my first finished Sonic fan game because like I didn't back anything up, and like 16-year-old me was real stupid and shoved a RAM card into the computer without realizing it wasn't compatible and fried the whole motherboard. I can't imagine even the hard drive would have been salvageable. It was just... the thing was completely dead. And my most recent backup of the Sonic fan game I was working on was 2 weeks old. And then, my sweet grandmother went out and bought a used Windows 2000 computer that was just about as comparable. The VRAM was so low that Link's tunic was white in Ocarina of Time, but it did the job. I was able to continue working on stuff. But for a while I just had to roll around with a Windows 2000 computer instead of XP because I didn't realize, RAM cards are not universally compatible. Oh no, so I just fried a perfectly good computer and lost 2 weeks of progress, and that sucked. And ever since that happened, I backed up everything like crazy. Like they say in IT, if it's not in 3 places at once, it doesn't exist. Like, you just back up. It's, like that even happened just today. Like I was playing Minecraft with some friends. I just wanted to play for an hour, and then some griefers came in and burned all our houses down. So Kubo just restored a backup, and everything was okay again. Backups are great. You won't lose anything. You won't lose anything that matters anyway. You have backups. And they were pretty bot-like too, because they were like spamming links to their Discord server for PvP or something. Just, as if like ruining all our stuff would encourage us to go fight them. Just oh my gosh. That happened, but only because like server was just wide open. Like it didn't seem like the server needed a whitelist until today. And today, unfortunately, it does now. Oh well. But, thanks to the backup, nothing was lost. Oh, creepers can't burn anything down. Unless you're playing Mine Test instead of Minecraft, then the creepers can burn things down. Creepers just cause an explosion and that's it. But this is the one mercy. Okay, what do I need to do next? Okay. Yeah, so next on the Discord side of the stream, which I'll need to start in 4 minutes, we'll need to animate this umbrella, import these new tiles into the tile set, probably make a couple more tiles too for good measure, and get the umbrella gimmick imported into the game, because I want that to be a thing. Then, yeah, it'll be a bouncing umbrella, or a floating platform umbrella, rather. Like, it'll just be like the umbrella is retracted at first, and then when you attack it, it pops open. And it'll have a very generous hurt box, so it's very easy to activate no matter what your attack is. That's what Penny's umbrellas do. They're really nice. If I was able to, like, if I just had Penny on tab, I would just show y'all. You know what? Screw it. Just for the last few minutes of the stream, I'm going to open up Penny. Just to show y'all that little gimmick. I thought it was just so slick, I have to show it off. Wait, that's right, I recorded it. I don't need to, you know, curse the Steam thing. Kill Steam. Not good for streaming to have it open. So go to... I think it's, no, yeah, Nintendo Switch, yeah. So, breakaway, here we go. That gimmick was so slick, I had to record it. I think this is it. This is the right video. Look at those umbrellas over there. Just look how cute that is. Oh my god, I just immediately want that in the fan game. Delicious music too. But yeah, that's the exact gimmick we're going for here. It's really cute, isn't it? Like, we're just gonna like have that in the lagoon stage. And probably like make a sprite variant of it for the city too, so the city stage could have like functioning umbrellas as well. I think that would be a nice touch, wouldn't it? I'll say. But for now though, that's like I need to take this over to Discord. Possibly after I grab some more food, but we'll see. But in any case, this is the Twitch side of the stream that's over. What I tend to do is like have the first 3 or 4 hours of my Tuesday streams on Twitch, so everyone can watch. So you don't have to have like yet another Discord server you have to follow to keep up with things. Like, because I know that's overwhelming. Not everyone wants to be on Discord either, so the Twitch stream is a great way to reach out to the overall Freedom Planet fandom. They can all casually keep up with what we're doing. And then after that stream is over, we go over to Discord, where everyone can just voice chat with me directly, ask me questions, shoot queries, just be personal, have fun, while also getting things done with the game. There are times where the stream will keep going all the way to like 3 a.m. And I did get some good sleep today, so yeah, we'll see how far I go. But there's no determined time that it stops, so everybody has a chance to come in. And if you want to come to our Shame Architect Discord, it should be in my Twitch profile for y'all to see, and I'd be happy to have more people in the community. Like, we're constantly growing. We're over 500 members. It's not bad for a fan game that's not even done. So yeah, so if y'all want to join us, that would be great. If not, understand. We'll see you again on Twitch on Tuesday next week. And we also have Spade the Panda, playable Spade the Panda mod for Freedom Planet 2 that we're also working on Saturday. So we'll watch more of me like sooner than next Tuesday. So, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we'll be streaming Spade sprite work on Saturday morning. In the meantime, I appreciate all of you for coming, and Let's do this again next week.